how's everybody doing? Today we are headed to, I'm going to at least check out Dales Ridge and see how the trail looks and see if it's waterlogged, which I hope it's not. It'd be nice to be able to get to walk it a little bit. Then we're going to head to, well, not Halfway Dam yet. Then it'll be Sandbridge, then Halfway Dam, and then probably McCall's Dam, and then for dinner. We'll see you guys on the road. gonna try Dale's Ridge again today. Hopefully it's not terribly muddy. I have noticed that over here, where there was ponds last time that Kurt and I were here, they're actually dried up slightly.
Where were they at?
Right over here in this field.
Oh.
You can see where they were.
Well, yeah, I can see where it was. There's still some water there, it looks like.
Yeah, but it actually looks better. So that's encouraging.
Did you lock the car?
Mm-hmm.
While we're right here at it, can you open it real quick?
Yep.
I want to get my sweater. That wind is pretty. Okay, it's automatically recording. Good.
On that, maybe. Just moved as soon as I went to take a picture.
A wild Miguel in his natural habitat.
This lens has a lot of power. I was trying to take a picture of whatever that bug is right there.
What about Picture Insect? That app.
Oh yeah, it's a good idea. Let me use my phone to get a picture. See what it is. Wow, the list of birds again. Common grackle, European starling, northern mockingbird, American robin, cedar waxwing, chimney swift, American goldfinch, orchard oriole, eastern meadowlark, house finch, house sparrow, warbling vireo, yellow warbler, song sparrow, red-winged blackbird. That's in less than 6 minutes.
Oh, that's pretty cool. That's a lot for only a couple minutes.
Let's see what this bug is. Because I have no idea.
What did it even look like? I didn't get a look at it.
I'm pretty sure it's some kind of fly. You see him?
Yeah.
Golden dung fly.
Ew. I don't know if I'm getting a view of them in this video or not, but if anybody can see it.
Back on now. Actually, no, I'll leave it off and I'll see if I can get anything. I have to be able to see the birds first.
We've been getting a lot of rain here lately. I thought this trail was going to be awfully muddy, but so far it's not bad.
Now it's down a little bit more, but it's going to go downhill a little bit. Potentially.
Depending on how it is, I might have to stop and hang back. Because I don't have a bad pair of shoes that I can get messed up.
You'll have to fix that problem.
I'm going to have to get trail shoes at some point.
Alright, let's do a wrap up of the trail here. Really should have thrown some mics on, but oh well. So I've been hearing calls for birds everywhere. I can never find them, so I have no clue what's going on with them. We're at the sandpipers over here. No, but I am making frogs jump in. Sandpiper. Right, so Andrea was actually holding the action for most of the walk so far, so not much was recorded. So I want to quick do some clips here. But right down here, that's where the steps go up, and it goes up into the mountain there. From what I heard from Jeff, there's not really much point in going up there as far as seeing birds and all that kind of stuff. So I'm gonna head back. I have her standing down here because there's a complete huge mud just pit. It was bad. So let's head back down this way and see if I can find some birds this time. So I didn't get much bird-wise so far. It's been very lackluster. I can hear them all over the place, but I don't see them. I want to get some of those flowers real quick. I'll be right back. So of course I went to go take some photos of this. I know, now there's a bee there. Really? Alright, let's back up and try again. Alright, this time we got him. That's good. Now let's keep moving. This is the part that stopped her. It's mud all the way across. There's a butterfly on the ground right in front of you. I'm sure as soon as I get close to him, he's going to take off. Probably. Yeah. Oh, now he flew off. Yeah, so that's the end of the trail right where I was.
Yeah.
The flat part anyhow, that's the end of it.
So what happens at the end? What does it do?
There's steps and switchbacks that goes up the mountain.
No thank you. That makes me think of whatchamacallit up in New York, the KV place.
Oh.
Oh, what the hell? Why can't I think of the name of it?
Watkins Glen?
Yes.
Yeah, no. See,
Watkins
Glen at least was like paved and stuff like that.
Yeah.
This is like this with wooden steps.
Yeah, no. That's not, no. Did you and Kurt do that?
No. No, Kurt's foot was hurting too bad. We couldn't.
Yeah.
We only did this part. And this is the only part I'd want to do, honestly, because of this is where all the birds are.
Right.
Because I noticed even today, like when I got back close to where the end is, where you start going uphill there,
Yeah.
you no longer heard birds.
Huh. So if you keep going, though, where does it take you to?
To the top of the mountain.
To the top of a mountain.
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea what mountain it is. I'd have to like see pictures.
Dale's Ridge.
What's up there?
I don't know.
If anything, even.
I don't know.
Do you know if that Jeff guy does that, or does he just hang out on this trail?
He just hangs out on this trail. We're going to be hitting mud patches again starting soon.
That's great.
Well, it's only a couple of them if you remember.
No, I know it wasn't bad on the way through. I remember, but it's still a little.
You're going to want to be in the middle.
Still a little annoying.
Come to the middle. It's rocky in the middle.
Yeah. Those people that left their trunk open, I just hope there wasn't anybody around before us and anybody like took anything.
There's water running from somewhere too. I know. That's why you're not really supposed to touch people's cars, but I closed the trunk anyhow.
Well, I know. I didn't feel comfortable just leaving it open, but I didn't feel comfortable with the idea of touching their car either. Like, you don't want to do either one.
Yeah. I'd rather close their trunk lid and make somebody think that the doors are locked.
Yeah. Oh boy. I don't remember. I think I was over there.
I think so.
Oh, geez, I slid.
No, it is this side. This is solid. It is this side.
I don't think I came up through that side. I don't think I did. Maybe I don't remember.
Where the hell's the cardinal at?
This is bad.
Oh, I found the cardinal.
Oh.
Right there.
Okay. Poor shoes.
I'll clean them for you when we get back to the car.
This is a good place to come when there's been no rain.
Yeah.
It needs to be nice and dry.
Want to get some photos of flowers?
Yeah,
You probably use your phone and get up real close and get some macro shots.
maybe. I'm not too terribly worried about it though.
That's what I've been doing instead of using my camera. Because the camera right now, I have the teleconverter on, is starting at 200 millimeters.
What setting should I even be on?
Just regular camera. Just get up close to it. Like,
Let me
close.
Close it out to make sure it's... Because I had it zoomed and I don't remember where.
There you go. Now it switched to macro. See the little flower at the bottom?
Kind of.
Yep, there you go. You switch to macro. At the bottom left corner, you'll see a flower pop up. So get close to this one. That flower means it switched to macro
I've seen
mode.
that before. I just never knew what it was.
Yeah, it switched to macro.
Okay.
What the hell side did we use here? I think this one.
I don't remember.
That one looks a little
sketchy. And what does macro even mean?
up close. Yeah, it's solid.
Yeah, kind of. Would be better.
Oh yeah, because this is where the water last time we were here was just running across.
Yeah.
Because that pipe couldn't keep up. What was that? He's close. Northern flicker. That's what that was. And of course I don't have one.
I don't remember what side. I feel like it was over here to the left. I know I didn't walk through all them prints over there.
It is this side.
It was this side. I remember I was stepping on the grass to try to...
Yeah, it was pretty solid. Be nice to see something.
Yeah, but it is what it is. You know, some days are just going to be a bust, you know? This is a nice little trail, though. This is like totally my speed. Just not with all the mud.
Yeah.
If it were dry, it'd be perfect.
Well, this is better than what it was when Kurt and I were here.
I think there was an animal through here. Is that some kind of like paw or a hoof or...
Yeah, deer.
That's what I was thinking. I just wasn't sure.
Well, the thing is, it was also supposed to be more cloudy than what it is too.
Today?
Yep.
Well, it was at home. I don't know how
And
it
to
is
try
now.
to and to try to look up into the trees, you're just gonna get blinded.
Well, yeah. I don't know how it is now at home, but I know it was real cloudy there when we left, but it got very clear here. I don't know how it is at home. I didn't think it was going to clear up this nice, though. Or maybe it was this clear all day here like this. I don't even know. Okay, it's not too bad over here. Oh.
What?
We're coming up on that humongous tree that keeps squeaking.
Yeah, it's right up here.
I hear it.
That's a northern flicker. Where is he? I want him. He's right above us somewhere. Wish I could actually see him.
Yeah, I don't see anything.
It's over there. That yellow belly sapsucker are like two of the woodpeckers I need for Pennsylvania yet, and that's it. Because if you remember, I did tell you that I finally got a pileated woodpecker, right?
Yeah.
Montour Preserve. Because Kurt
That was the one that we saw in Tennessee that almost took me out.
Yeah, because Kurt was all kinds of pissed off when I saw the pileated.
Yeah.
He was not very happy.
I am really surprised at how large they are. I didn't think they were that big.
Yeah, they're
But you get a whole new perspective when it's literally flying at your head. It almost took me out, literally.
like the size of a crow. This is this giant tree that's making all kinds of noises. I think it's this dead branch right here rubbing on this tree.
That's what I was thinking. I saw that like a couple minutes ago, and I was thinking, you know what, I bet that's rubbing against.
And just look at the diameter of this guy. That tree is probably 10 feet around at the bottom here.
It's huge.
Because I have a reach of 6'4". I bet you I can't reach halfway around that tree.
Probably not. No, I can tell you couldn't. That tree is humongous. It's huge. Huge.
Yeah. That's probably 12 foot around. As far as diameter of the tree, that's probably between 4 and 5 feet. It's huge. That's white birch.
I have never heard trees do that before. That squeaking noise it makes from rubbing against another one. That is so weird.
With not having microphones on, I bet that this probably captured that too.
Maybe.
I purposely didn't throw any microphones on. Number one, it'll pick up both of us. Number two, all the ambient noise, it'll hear it.
Yeah.
Where is that damn northern flicker at?
Somewhere that you can't find it.
All right. Wind blowing, I can't hear any birds right now.
I know.
I hear the northern flicker anyhow. Ooh. Look at the red roots on that down log. See it?
Yeah, that's different. I've never seen that before. Do I hear people again?
Probably. Unless you hear that tree rubbing.
It don't sound like the tree. I thought I heard voices off in the distance.
Hold this.
Hang on, there's a bug on you.
I don't. Never mind. Bird flew.
I didn't realize it was a bird. I thought you were trying to do something.
No, I was trying to get a picture of a bird.
I just wanted to get the bug off you because I didn't know what the hell it was.
I didn't care about the bug. Once I saw it fly, though, it wasn't a big deal because if it was just a red-winged blackbird.
You have like tons of them.
Yeah, I got about 17.5 million photos of that.
It's so common. We see them at Montour Preserve all the time.
Montour Preserve. When Kurt and I did the Union Canal Trail down by my old house,
Yeah.
there was hundreds of them.
Yeah, they're pretty common. They're still nice to see and to photograph if you want it bad enough, but they're just so common.
That's just like there's a robin in the trail right up here. Now, of all the common birds, that is probably what I have photographed the least.
Interesting. Is that it right there?
Uh-huh.
Right in the middle of the trail. I don't know if this is picking that up or if anybody can see it, but I am aimed at it. It's right in the middle of the trail.
Hang on to that because there's little birds right over here. I don't know what they are. See if I can figure out what they are. Shut up. There's a rare bird in the area.
What is it?
Northern water thrush. It's a rare one. Swainson's thrush is uncommon. I thought I saw. Yep, eastern meadowlark is another uncommon. But that's the list for that we saw. That we were hearing.
I don't see it.
He hopped down on the ground. See if he's still down here on the ground. That's a red-winged blackbird.
What is that?
Huh?
Right there.
Oh, that's the catbird.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, flew away.
That's the catbird. The noise, the chirps you're hearing right down here. That's the catbird. Wish the red-winged blackbird would make a noise again. I don't know what that one is. I wish the red-winged blackbird would call out again. That was the red-winged blackbird. There's one somewhere over here in this tree.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it.
I see it. I'm gonna get some pictures of him, even though he's common.
It sounded like a branch snapping.
Again.
There's people coming
Which way?
towards us.
That's close, whatever it is. It sounded almost like a... Alright, so I am hearing birds everywhere, but I'm not seeing birds everywhere. And this tree is a warbling vireo, but I cannot find them. It doesn't help that they're smaller than a sparrow, so they're tiny birds. And we're full tree, you know, leaf coverage now at this point in the year. Here, birds out that way now too. Am I gonna see them? Probably not. That's another giant white birch tree over there. You see that one? This white birch tree over here.
I see that. Yep.
It goes into like 3 pieces the way it looks. That tree is monster.
It don't look like it's as big around as that other one up the
No,
trail, but
they're-
it's really tall.
Yeah. Well, the one that other one was.
I know the other one's very tall too, but
That one down there is probably 100 feet tall. This one's probably about 75, maybe 80. No, it might be close to 100 because that one branch goes up there pretty high.
yeah.
There's another real big one down here right at the beginning of the trail too. I hear a robin somewhere up here in this tree. So I mean the leaf coverage is so thick you can't even see a robin. And that's not a small bird in comparison to what I was trying to find. I mean, obviously it's not a hawk, but robins are fairly large compared to what we were looking for. Ooh, I got him. Alright, so I finally got him. Not the same one. Where I was originally hearing the warbling vireo was actually down more. He's still in the area. He's right here in one of these trees right here. But this branch that's real close, it's only like maybe 15 feet away, is actually where I got him. I actually think I see him hopping around again. Okay. Yeah, it's right there. Just a little thing hopping around right down on the tree branches. He's tiny. I might try and get some more pics of him since he's right here. Okay, he flew away. That's okay, I got a bunch of pictures of him, so I'm pretty happy about it. Last time I was here I got photos of one then too, but they weren't clear photos. Oh, I still hear him. He's right in this tree somewhere. Problem is, he's so damn small, it's going to be hard to see him even though I can hear him.
I was surprised at how little he was.
I told you it was a little bird.
Did you say when you got him, when you were here before, that was the first time you found him? Or?
Yeah. Here's the other giant ash tree. Yeah. Flowers?
Yeah, it was a little white, some kind of little white ones.
Yeah, there's some right here too, and right
Yeah,
there,
I don't know what they are.
and there,
I just thought it looked
and
kinda
there,
pretty.
and there.
Yeah, I don't know what they are. I just kind of thought it looked pretty.
I have no idea what they are. There's some kind of wild flower. You talking about these little white ones right here?
Yeah, there's something pretty to me about them, even though they're just plain white.
That's
I just
another.
think they look really pretty.
Look at the base of that
simplistic.
tree too.
Yeah.
That's not as big as the biggest one that's here that I know of. It's right up here at the gate. This thing is ridiculous.
Oh, yeah, I see it from here.
This thing is bigger than what we saw back
I
there.
don't even think I noticed that on our way in here.
Yeah, this tree is just ridiculous.
I don't know how I wouldn't have seen it, but I don't think I noticed it. That is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Wow.
Here, take the camera, and I'm gonna stand in front of it and just show them the size.
For like to gauge.
Just for the scale of the size of this tree.
Yeah, for
This tree is
scale.
ridiculous. It's gotta be. Well, if I reach out like this, it's 6'4". It's probably 6 foot. The diameter right here is probably 6 feet.
Yeah. That's crazy.
That is a ridiculous sized tree. And that thing's over 100 feet tall.
Maybe. I can't tell, but
It's over 100 feet for sure. Well, I can see the creek was all the way up here on the trail at one point.
Yeah, you can tell.
Recent too, because of when Kurt and I were here, this wasn't like this.
When were you guys here? Like a week ago?
Somewhere around there, yeah.
Yeah, I think last weekend.
Yeah. But yeah, that tree is just ridiculous though.
It is. It is very windy today. Oh, I feel like I'm gonna sneeze. If a sneeze comes out, I apologize if anybody's gonna be watching this. I guess the pollen's irritating me a bit. It's probably loaded with pollen in here.
Well, yes. There's trees.
Well, yeah, I know. That's why I said that. I'm sure there's just pollen everywhere. I know the pollen's bad around here right now so far at this point in the year. When we were leaving to come here, when we got, when we went to the car from the house, I could see it all over your car.
Mm-hmm. Here's some more flowers up here if you want some more. They're close to the trail too.
I did those earlier. They're the same ones, remember?
No. But okay.
Like, it was further back the trail, but they're the same kind you pointed out to me.
Okay.
At least I think they're the same ones. They look like it.
I hear swifts flying. You can hear them chirping out. What is that?
I have no idea.
Chipping sparrow. Want to take this for a second? There's actually some birds hopping around out here on the field.
Oh, I see them. I don't know if they can be seen in the video, but I'm pointing at them. They look little.
Well, this one's a robin right here. The
I
two out
see
there, I
that.
don't know what those are.
Yeah.
Also robins, okay. Coming right at us. Red-winged blackbird behind us somewhere too. There was. Some tree sparrows flying around down here. I mean tree swallows. That's what that little thing is right there. Probably flying underneath the bridge too. Yeah, right there.
Yeah. What is this sign here? Restoration project in progress?
Mm-hmm.
What are they doing? Please pardon the mess as we control invasive species. We'll be replanting with native varieties next spring.
It's probably now.
Yeah, I would think they put this up like last.
Fun for everyone activity inside.
Okay. It's probably like waterlogged and ruined. Because the box is open. I'm sure it got rained on.
Well, I don't see any. There's no papers or anything in there. Just clipboards.
I guess they don't keep that stocked with whatever it's supposed to be. My guess is it's something for you to look for as you're walking the trail and circle like everything that you
Big guy
find.
that's flying around up there.
What are they?
Vultures.
Mm.
Multiple.
I see that. There's a bunch of them. I don't know if anybody can see that in the video. I'm trying to point at them.
That's a swift. That's not a tree swallow. That's a swift. I don't know what that noise is. Oh! Can you take this? That's humiliated.
Are you serious?
Right there on the tree.
Kurt's gonna kill
See
you?
you, buddy. Confirmed pileated.
Oh,
Got him.
there you go.
Yeah, do you see him on the tree?
I
There's
actually do
there's
not.
a big ass bird on the tree.
I don't know how I'm not seeing it. I'm probably
So-
not looking at the right
so
spot.
This left long branch that comes out.
Okay.
See how there's a branch that kind of like does one of these?
I think.
Well, he's right on there.
I think I see it.
He's hopping around. I want more. Yes. I heard him. I'm like, that's a pileated.
Kurt's going to kill you?
Because I bet you. Ooh, it didn't pick up on him. It did pick up on another type of warbler that I never heard of before though. He's still on that tree.
Yeah. Alright, so the battery on this is really low. I'm gonna shut it off.
Right. Holy you can read it, but we're here now at Sandbridge State Park. Just a little tiny thing. I don't remember if I filmed this the other day when Kurt and I were here together, but I believe this is the smallest state park in Pennsylvania outside of the city. So, like Liberty Bell State Park, that kind of stuff, Point State Park, those are like more like a city park than they are a state park, but they still have a state park designation. This basically just has a little tiny waterfall, a little stream, and there's the bridge. It's just a little park. There is a trail that does go up in the woods. I don't know where it goes. I've never tried to go up there. Every time I've come out here, it's always been later in the day, so I've never gotten out early enough in the day that I've really been able to explore this very much. Let's quick go check this board. I want to see if they have so every state park has a stamp. I want to quick see if there's any stamps on this board. That's where they're supposed to be, because I'm sure that this park probably does not have a visitor center or anything like that, because it's tiny. I think this is only like 4 acres or something like that. Oh. Yeah. So this is what they look like. Here's for Sandbridge. Cool. Alright, so we got that. Ooh. I guess the creek's a little high. It's up over the bank right here. I see somebody decided they were going to throw coals there. Instead of in that container right there that says for hot coals. Hot coals only caution, no trash cans. What do people do? Throw it by the creek. Huh?
Don't look at me. No, really, I have to spit. I think I have a bug in my mouth.
Oh.
Ugh.
So,
What?
I got the Sandbridge State Park stamp.
Okay.
All right, so that was Sandbridge State Park. We also did Dales Ridge too. I just didn't film when we were leaving there to come here. Next is going to be RB Winter. We'll see you guys there. 5 minutes down the road later, literally, now we're at Raymond B. Winter State Park. There's Halfway Dam, and there's Halfway Lake. I'm going to quick come down here. I want to get some long exposure photos there of the dam. I'll do the overlook real quick, and then have the Jersey Mike's for dinner. God, is it windy and the temperature dropped. Alright. I'll quick get my stuff set up and I'll be back. Alright, so it's really, really windy. Got the camera on the tripod. I quick get a couple lake photos now. And we'll move on. Alright, so we found bathrooms, took a bathroom break. I'm going to quick walk down here. I hear a lot of flowing water. I know this trail goes right down to the lake because I've been on this trail before. But it sounds like the water's flowing. Okay, there's a bridge and stuff right down here. Perfect. Alright. I'm going to wait for her. That way she's not trying to figure out where I'm at. Probably can't tell. Well, now you definitely can't see him. There's Chipping Sparrow right down the picnic table. Alright. Where'd those people go?
They walked that way. They
Perfect.
came up from down and walked up that way.
Yeah, this goes downhill for a little bit. It's not steep though. Kurt and I did this because I think we actually parked right somewhere in here.
I don't think you're allowed to bring your car down here, are you? Like on this side?
No, I meant up on the road. Ooh. Low clearance. Oh, what the hell way they went. I think I'm going to get some long exposures with the camera. I should be able to just set the camera right here on it and just go. You can take over that corner. Nope, not high res. Live ND. I'm going to do ND32. Get the color converter off now. Okay. I'm gonna go over there. Try to get that where that tree fell over there.
Yeah.
We got like some rapids. I'm gonna try to get that.
Okay, I'm gonna shut this off for now. Or, well, yeah, I could walk down and show the beach a little bit.
The beach is right there.
Yeah, so he probably said, guys, but we are at a place called Arby Winter State Park. It's also called Halfway Dam. They do have a little bit of a beach area here, as well as some different walking trails and camping sites, picnic tables, and that little grill over there by the table, you know, for people to come and have picnics. There's a little playground here on the beach as well. I don't know if you see that playground equipment or not. But yeah, this is the beach. We're here. And Mike is back there at that little creek doing some pictures. There's a volleyball net here. It's a nice little place. This is about, I want to say roughly about 45 minutes away from where we live. I think, if I remember right. I'm really not sure. I want to say it's around a 40 or 45 minute drive. So it's not far from us. I always knew of this place, but I never really got to come here as a kid growing up. I didn't really, you know, get to grow up coming here. I may have been here, maybe like one time, but if I was, I don't remember it. It would have been when I was very, very little. We have another state park that's, I don't even know how far away it is from us anymore. I can't remember, but it has a beach as well. It's called Tuscarora. I did grow up going to that one though. I was at Tuscarora a few times as a kid. But yeah, so the sand and the water, little playground. It's a nice place. It's getting pretty chilly here. Oh, there's Mike walking towards us. I guess he's done. The sand is really easy to walk on, Mike, because of all the rain. It's keeping it like,
It's compact.
yeah, you can walk in it real easily. You're not like sinking. It's nice. Is there? Oh shit, I mean, oh no. Sorry for the language.
This is not Kurt's channel.
What do you mean?
Kurt's more tries to keep everything like G or PG.
Oh, well, I mean, I feel like you might kind of do that too, and I try to as well, but I don't always remember.
I can throw this.
Oh gosh. He picked up a random frisbee. He's gonna throw it.
In the lake. And then I'm gonna throw into the wind yet too. Whoa.
Where did that go? Oh, I see it. I see it. I don't know if you can see it on the video. And it landed by the playground.
It's way past the playground.
Well, I guess.
I didn't even throw it that hard.
Oh, that's nice. Somebody left litter there. A freaking soda can.
Bastards. I'm going to go get it because I want it.
It's not ours to take. I mean, I don't think anybody's going to come back for it, though, either, but...
No, I can tell you right now, nobody's coming back.
I'm sure nobody's really missing it, but I still don't feel right about taking it.
It looks like it's been laying for a while. Yeah, how far did that go?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't see it anywhere.
Sand's getting softer.
Oh, I see it does, yeah. You found it? Yeah, so the water's right here. I'm getting a little bit closer to it. I'm not going to go all the way up. There's bathrooms over here. I don't know if you see them up there or not. And there's some picnic tables and more grills.
I see why somebody left it. It's broken.
Oh, it's broken.
It went that far with it being broken.
Well, it's not bad.
Hang on to this. I'm going to really throw it this time.
Oh, jeez.
Not that way. I'm going that way. See if I can get it over top the volleyball net.
Oh, boy.
That's probably 100, 150 feet away, too.
So I guess we're having track and field day.
Yeah, track and field day. That's not going over. Hey, uh-oh. That's going in the lake.
I think it did go in the water. Good job. Here's your camera back.
What are those?
What? Oh, I don't know. There's birds flying up above. I don't know. I don't know if I got them here on video or not.
I should get a couple pictures here.
Over across there, I don't know if you can see it, but there's a parking lot over there.
That's where
We were originally over on that side, and we drove over to this side because the restrooms are over here, and we both needed a bathroom break. But yeah, this is a nice little place.
I wonder if that went in the lake.
Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't tell, but it sort of looked like it did.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Affiliated.
I don't know if Kurt watches your videos, but if he does and he knows about all these pileated woodpeckers you're seeing, he's probably going to be upset. Mike's going over that way to try to see if he can find the frisbee and try to retrieve it. We think it went in the water, but we're not sure. And he found the frisbee. And he threw it again. There it goes. I saw it hit that tree back there behind the playground.
I couldn't throw it at full power again because of carrying the camera. You need to get me one of them.
Oh, geez. Here we go.
Anything and I can throw it. I mean, that thing flies.
Yeah, actually, I think that style does tend to do better. I think because of it being not having like a middle part to it. I think
Yeah.
that has something to do with it. I mean, I don't know. I don't know anything about. I guess that falls under what, aerodynamics? I
Yeah.
don't know. That's way out of my.
I know I can't throw a regular frisbee that far, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, that thing was going halfway across the beach area.
Yeah. This is not at all the same as going to a beach like Chincoteague, Maryland, stuff like that, but this would do in a pinch if you're not able to get away and you want to go to a beach bad enough.
Well, I think this is where a lot of the people from town go.
Yeah, I think so too. I'd be willing to come up here on a hot day. It's a nice place. There's nothing wrong with it. It's, you know,
Oh, did I finally close all 3 rings?
maybe.
How much freaking walking do I need to do today to close them all?
I don't know if I got all mine closed or not. I'm hoping I did.
Do we have... Man! No dice.
What? What?
They don't have the
Oh, the stamp?
stamps.
Not everywhere has them, to my knowledge, though. I think
No,
they're
every,
kind of-
every park does.
well, they're supposed to apparently,
Yeah.
but I think that not everyone does it though.
Pennsylvania State Police Milton is the closest law enforcement,
Huh.
other than Mifflinburg Police Department, which Mifflinburg's not even close by.
Yeah. I do think a lot of people from at home kind of come here, but I don't think they use it as like a replacement for the beach though. I think it's more they come here for the day for like a picnic, that kind of deal.
Yeah, probably.
Most people at home seem to go to the same places that we go for like actual vacations, like down to like Maryland, Delaware, places like that.
Yeah. So since you were filming, I'm gonna quick go over here.
What?
Quick go over here with the action. This creek is beautiful back in here. Come over here and check it out. In fact, I'm gonna put my camera down because I think I'm gonna use my phone.
It should be okay there. There's no one over here.
Yeah. Because I'm going to use my phone to get some of the rapids right there and up a little bit more yet too.
Yeah, this is nice back here. It's a nice area. Other than the water, there's nothing much to really see, so I'm just going to stay focused on this, I guess. I hope you all don't mind just staring at this for a little bit.
ASMR.
Asthma. Okay. Okay. I'll let you take that
Let's
back.
go to the overlook and then go get some food.
Yep. I think we're doing Jersey Mike's for dinner, people. Oh, ow.
How'd they get parked over there?
Hmm?
How'd they get parked over there? Oh no, that's the parking lot we're parked in. We're just parked over on the other side of the bathrooms. Okay.
Halfway down really is a nice place now that I'm here and getting to see it. I don't think I was ever here before.
This is my 3rd time here. 2nd time in this area.
Yeah.
Ooh. Let's not have my head taken off by the branches. Huh. 2 chipping sparrows.
There you go.
All right, so that was RB Winter lower part. Now we're gonna head up to the overlook, check that out, and then head home. I want to come back again at some point soon because I want to try to check out McCall Dam more in depth instead of just driving through like I did the other day, and I also would have just done today. So let's head up to the overlook. Actually, no, I'm going to have to go to McCall Dam because that's where the turnaround is. So never mind. We will be going to McCall Dam too. We'll see you guys on the road. All right. So this is the overlook. I don't remember if I filmed this when I was just here a week ago or not. But can you imagine this in fall?
That probably looks really nice. I can only imagine.
Yeah, I was saying to Kurt, you know, can you hold this?
Yeah.
I was saying to Kurt, you know, down here in the valley, you have all of like the pine trees and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But then up you have all the trees that will change colors in the fall.
Yeah.
So you're going to have green at the bottom and then colors up top.
Right.
So,
or at least that's how it should be anyway.
Well, that's how it would be. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But if you look, you can see the lake a little bit too down here.
Yeah, I see that. I don't know if they can see it in the video for
Probably
anybody
not.
that will watch.
Let me give some zoom here.
As far as I know, guys, we're staying up here and not going down this little set of steps over to the railing because you see more up here. It's actually a better view from on top of the steps here. If you go down, it ruins the view.
Yeah.
It's
well, the camera's about, I don't know.
I don't know what they're gonna see like that.
The camera's about 10 to 15 feet in the air right now.
This is pretty.
Alright. I'll trade you. We got some photos here real quick.
Yeah, see, the steps are right here. We're just on like a little landing, and the parking situation is just right there. That's our car. Yeah, this is a pretty overlook.
I'm not going to shoot 80 megapixel because I don't want to have to get the tripod out. See this cloud right here? Where you can see it's like coming down? That's actually rain falling out of the clouds.
Interesting. I wonder if we're going to get rain over here more than what we got on the ride to this part. There was just like a couple of little droplets that came down. It was like a spritz, barely, and it kind of stopped. We were not supposed to get rain today, though.
Oh, I did get it. Good. Let's do full manual. that looks blurry because I was moving.
Car just went by.
Okay, so that's not gonna work. I wanted high f-stop and slow shutter speed to give me more depth of field, but I can't hold it steady enough, and I can't be bothered to get the tripod out.
Yeah. These bugs here are horrible. We have a bunch of bugs here flying around our faces and heads.
We do?
Yeah, you're not noticing them, but I am.
I don't see any. I got like none around my face. To McCall Dam State Park, which is right up this road.
Alright, I'll turn this off for now.
Yep. Alright, so because of how narrow the road is, Kurt turned around right here last week, but I was not going to try to do that. Last week I just went up to McCall Dam. I could have turned around there.
Well, yeah, there's a little turnaround area.
Oh well. We're going to quick go to McCall Dam. Then you can say you were there. You can add another state park to the state parks you've been to.
It's so weird how it's like a bunch of different parks, and it feels like it's all in one park, though, if that makes sense.
Well, a lot of them are within Bald Eagle State Forest.
It's
Sandbridge, RB Winter, and McCall Dam, and Bald Eagle State Park. And I'm sure there's more, but those are the ones that I know of are all within Bald Eagle State Forest.
Okay. I guess that's what kind of throws me off.
So they are technically all in the same forest.
Yeah, that's what throws me off. It's like multiple parks, but in one big forest. Yeah, I get it.
If you look, there's trails all over the place.
Yeah, I see that.
We're still technically in RB Winter.
Boiling Spring Trail, Sand Mountain Road.
But yeah, it's only just a couple minutes right up the road, and we're at the next park. From what I read, McCall Dam is just like a picnic area. That's it.
Yeah, interesting. I don't think I've ever heard of it. I'm not Hambone Trail.
Hambone Trail.
That's kind of a funny name. I don't think I'm.
Ooh, look at this coming through the sun coming through.
I see that. That does look nice.
Yeah, I'm gonna snap a picture.
Is there anybody behind us?
No. Let's do a raw photo. Ooh, that's pretty.
There you go. Yeah, I don't think I ever heard of McCall. What is it, McCall Dam? Yeah, I don't think I ever heard of that one. I know I wouldn't have ever been there.
McCall Dam, McCall's Dam. I forget. I don't remember if there's an S or not.
Close enough.
It's one of those two.
Yeah, it's close enough either way. It's one of them.
Can you look up what time Jersey Mike's closes?
We don't have service.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I can't.
Hopefully it's 9 o'clock.
Yeah, I don't know.
And not 7 or 8.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be 8 or 9. And with it being Sunday, it really might be 8. I have a funny feeling it's going to be 8.
Great.
Well, it's 6:47 now, so...
No, it's not.
No?
15 minutes off, remember?
Oh, shit. I mean, oh, no. 7 o'clock. It is 7 o'clock. Okay, so we're going to have to try to be quick. I mean, if we can't make it to Jersey Mike's, like, that sucks. I'm actually going to be really disappointed, but there's other places we can go to.
Oh, yeah. We got KFC, Taco Bell.
Yeah. And there's always the normal Burger King, McDonald's, Wendy's. Like, there's places. But I was looking forward to Jersey Mike's.
Well, that was part of the point of coming out this way.
I know. It was, like, kind of planned around that. I wish we had a Jersey Mike's closer to home, but they're too bougie for our area.
Yeah.
I don't think that would do well at all.
No. What's this guy doing?
I mean, I think Subway actually costs more than Jersey Mike's, but Jersey Mike's seems more expensive for some reason, even though it's not. But either way, they come off as bougie. They really are, like, too bougie for our area. I don't think it would do well there.
See how slow he was going?
Yeah.
I don't know what he was doing. Phone service.
It's only one bar, though. It's not really enough to do anything, I don't think. I have nothing, actually. I'm on SOS. Oh, now I got one bar. I have one bar, but it's not enough to let me do anything. Watch your road. I can't do anything. I really wish that parks like this were focused on for cell towers. They really need to get service out to these places.
Mm-hmm.
And almost none of them ever have service.
Yeah. Well, thing is, what? There's an emergency.
That I know, exactly. I mean, there's probably other carriers that work here, but not everybody needs to be on the same carrier.
I highly doubt there's any carriers that work out this far out.
I don't know. T-Mobile's known for working, like, in the odd places like this. I don't know that they would work, like, here, but they are known for places similar to this. They usually do work, like, in the more secluded areas that usually have no service on any other carrier.
Yeah, we're still in RB Winter.
Interesting. Now we're back, well, now I'm back to SOS. You have one bar again, though. Some of these cabins look nice. They're not bad. Shakespeare Rod and Gun Club. That was interesting. You know what would be really great to have if we could afford it, but it's probably so expensive? A satellite phone. Because they work anywhere,
Oh,
right?
they're stupidly expensive.
Oh, I know, but they work anywhere, right?
For the most part.
I don't even know how much they are or what, like, a fair guess would be, but because of it being able to work, I guess, anywhere, my guess is probably like $1,000 or a couple thousand. And I'm sure you gotta pay like a monthly thing to have it.
I don't know where that way goes. I don't want to find out.
Great. McCall Dam Road. Eastville, Route 192. I didn't see a picnic area. Oh, this. I'm not walking through there. That's overgrown a little bit.
A little bit?
Yeah, nope, I'm out. That needs to get cut and be maintained.
Grass is like 1.5 feet high.
Yeah, I'm not walking in there. That's probably loaded with fucking ticks.
So it's okay for the state to leave their grass grow 1.5 feet high, but your grass is more like 6 inches high, you get a ticket.
Like like in residential areas.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Bastards.
That little area wasn't even anything like impressive or that I would really want to go to. That didn't really look like anything. That was pretty disappointing, actually.